Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Tuesday, February 17th, 4:30 p.m. This is our city council meeting, and we'll begin with the roll call.
Councilmember Bausch?
Here.
Councilmember Beal?
Here.
Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Here.
Mayor Hammond?
Here. We have closed session beginning, and we have one item, and we'll let our city attorney to discuss what we're going to be talking about. Thomas?
Yes, Mayor, we've got one item of closed session on the agenda. It's a conference with real property negotiators involving a portion of Pioneer Park located at 2010 Riverside Avenue. Agency negotiator is Chris Huot, the city manager, and the negotiating parties are Paso Robles Pioneer Museum Foundation.
Very good. Open up to public comment. Anyone wishing to have an item to talk about this matter, please come forward. Seeing none. Anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session and reconvene at 6 p.m. Everybody ready? Good? Good evening, everyone. It's Tuesday, February 17th, 6 p.m. We're reconvening from our 4:30 closed session. If we would all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for invocation by Steve Alkowitz. Pro Tem Gregory.
Good evening. My name is Steve Arkowitz, and I'm the president of Atheists United San Luis Obispo, a community group of about 850 atheists, secular, and humanist members in SLO County. I'm happy to be here to give tonight's invocation. We gather here tonight as members of a community bound not by religious beliefs or dogma, but by responsibility to one another. Every person in this room, council members, staff, and citizens bring their own experiences, values, and hopes. From that diversity comes our strength. So let's approach tonight's work with clear minds and open ears, let evidence inform us, and reason and compassion guide us to best serve all members of this community, regardless of their beliefs or non-beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And Madam Clerk, would you call the roll call, please?
Councilmember Bausch,
Here.
Councilmember Beal,
Here.
Councilmember Gregory,
Here.
Councilmember Strong,
Present.
and Mayor Hammond.
Here. We will then introduce our staff, starting on my right. Melissa?
Melissa Martin, City Clerk, joined by Mary Sponholz, Deputy City Clerk.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Okay.
Chris Hewitt, City Manager.
Thomas Rice, Deputy City Attorney.
Thank you. Next, we'll have a report out from closed session. Our attorney, Thomas Rice.
Mayor, Council went into closed session today at 4:30 p.m. To address an item of real property negotiations. There's no reportable action.
Okay, we have two presentations. First is going to be a proclamation for Black History Month, and the second one will be a recognition for Firestone Walker Brewery. So if I can have Tobin Johnson come forward, please. And
I have Brenda Mack.
Linda Mack.
Brenda Mack.
Brenda Mack, welcome. Can you hold that, Brenda? Proclamation recognizing February as Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month is an annual celebration and achievements of American, African, and of time recognizing their central role in U.S. history. And whereas the city of Paso Robles values the diversity, the contributions of our Black residents, and acknowledges the importance of honoring the rich culture, traditions, and history of Black Americans. And whereas the observance of Black History Month has established to remember and reflect upon the significant contributions of Black individuals, leaders, and communities throughout the American history, including the arts, sciences, education, business, politics, and social justice. And whereas, during Black History Month, the city encourages residents, businesses, and organizations to recognize, honor, and participate in activities that celebrate Black history and their heritage, and to also promote unity, equity, and inclusion. And whereas, the City of Paso Robles is committed to creating and welcoming an inclusive community free of discrimination and hate, and recognizes the ongoing work required to achieve racial equality and social justice. And now therefore let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor, and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim February 2026 as Black History Month in the city of Paso Robles, and encourage all residents to join us in honoring the legacy, achievements, and contributions of Black Americans in our city, state, and nation. Brenda? Would you like to say anything?
On behalf of the SLO NACP, I accept this proclamation in gratitude, and thank you all.
Thank you. And next we have a recognition. So can we have Adam Firestone and David Walker? Looks like we have David and our great brewmaster. Yes, you do. David, can you hold that?
I will, yeah, thank you.
Certificate of recognition presented to Adam Firestone and David Walker. The City of Paso Robles proudly recognizes Firestone Walker Brewing Company, and on the occasion of their 30 years in business and their 25th anniversary here in Paso Robles, honoring its exceptional leadership and lasting contributions to the community. Since establishing operations here in Paso Robles in 2001, Firestone Walker Brewing Company has exemplified excellence, innovation, and civic commitment, strengthening the local economy and enhancing the city's reputation as a premier destination for world-class brewing craft. That was your side of it. The City of Paso Robles extends its sincere appreciation and congratulations to its significant milestone and enduring legacy. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this is the world's best brewer here, Matt Brynelson, and he's very much the silent partner here. But also the other silent partner is this city. You guys for the last 30 years have given us a platform to become who we've become, a source for a community of people who we've been able to fuel the brewery with, an affordable, great community for people to live in, and lastly, an artisanal community that's kept us on our toes, made us want to be worthy to be here. So it's a great honor.
How do you follow that up? I've been here for a little over 25 years, and it's been amazing to watch this city grow, and it's been a great place to grow our business, and you've been so supportive of our team, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we have general public comments. And this is the time that the public may address the council on items within its purview but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council and staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker information card and give it to our city clerk upon speaking. Speakers will have 3 minutes. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled on tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to do so at the time that item is being heard. So we'll start off with Dale. Welcome.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I am going to remind you one more time that on February 28th, we're going to celebrate Norma Moy's contribution to this city at the fairgrounds at 11 a.m. And I'm proud to be a lifetime member of her board on Main Street. And so hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I think you guys have been seeing my emails. We got a couple subjects going on that I'm interested in this year, particularly the rent stabilization ordinance. I have sent that to you guys on email, but I wanted to make it public that we're the second largest city in the county, and if you're going to have to correct me, but I believe we're the only city that doesn't have one. And those are the things that competition, I like competing in. I'm not competitive, but I think it's really important. The mobile home, we're working with the mobile home law that came out, trailer bill, that's HCD's attacking mobile homeowners with increases of just general fees wherever they can find the money. So I will be a dog with a bone about this, rent stabilization, a rent ordinance, anything that could be done, especially with the AB, I think it's AB 1240, where the state is pushing where investors can't purchase homes anymore. I think they're going to limit them to $1,000 homes. So all that stuff is going to come out of the legislative session this year. But I would like to see Paso take a step forward and help a lot of us fixed incomers, low incomers be able to stay living here. I think that the affordable housing and everything that you're building is great. Warren, your day is here. I really hate the project that's going into my home next door. They approved 6 ADUs, 6 at 13 feet tall, right next door to me, literally. And I didn't get to say this at the Planning Commission, but I'll say it to you guys, that one of the things I find with the Planning Commission and the buildings and everything that you guys are developing is that just because by law they can be 6 ADUs, particularly on this property, doesn't mean you should. I said something similar at Grover Beach City Council because you know they're having their battle with the height of the buildings. So state law now allows up to 16 feet. But is up to 16 feet, 6 ADUs, let's say, appropriate in a single-family dwelling area? It's right there on Park Avenue. So, you know, that's that portion. And I want to address what happened at the last meeting. I really think, Mayor Hammond, if you're going to make rules, no clapping, spirit hands, fingers, wave fingers, 3 minutes, not 3 minutes, that they are applied to everybody across the board equally. That includes your friends. I've been sitting here for 4 years. 4 years. I come pretty regularly, at least 4 years, longer than you, Chris. Longer than you. And I am getting tired of being mistreated in this dice. When people are out here poking at me, making noises, faces, gain control of your friends, Mayor, please.
We have to deal with this trailer park all the time.
What's her issue? People are poking her.
Welcome.
Mayor Hammond and members of the council, I'd like to start by saying thank you to each one of you very much for the work you do here as our city council. We all know your work is vital and very important, and we appreciate it very much. My name is Brett Knupfer, president of the Paso Robles Democratic Club. I am here tonight with Alicia Zavalla Santana, another member of our executive board, and tonight we are making our announcement of the 3rd annual Steve Martin Community Service Award.
Mayor Hammond, council members. Okay, I need to stay away. As you know, this award is in honor of former Mayor Steve Martin and is given to a local resident who has made valuable contributions in housing, agriculture, the environment, health, education, safety, social services, and other areas concerning the quality of our lives. The Steve Martin Community Service Award is importantly a non-partisan award. Central to its purpose and theme is not one of one's political affiliation, but rather the bringing together of community members to work in common purpose for the betterment of our community.
Last year, we received no fewer than 10 excellent nominations. All of the candidates were worthy of the kind of recognition that this award is intended to garner. It was ultimately given to Dr. Susan Robinson for her great contributions. We hope that the other 9 nominees who didn't win the award this time will consider allowing themselves to be nominated again next year, or this year, because they are worthy of this award. We will be sending out announcements of the nomination forms via email to each of you and to many other active members of our community. We also have printed copies here for any members in the audience who are interested.
And tonight, we brought a certificate of award with us that we'd like to present to one of our great nominees who was unable to attend our award ceremony in December. Mayor Hammond, with your permission, we would like to approach the council and present this certificate of award to Council Member Fred Strong for his it's clear, for his many, many contributions to our city, for his tremendous effort to serve his district and the community as a whole, and for his great integrity that he has consistently demonstrated in the work that he has done. Thank you so much.
Can we come out in front? We're wondering if the people will come up and stand with the representatives from Fred. It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure.
Thank you. You want to say something, Fred? You want to say something? Yeah.
There's nothing I do that almost every citizen of this community also does, and that is to love this community and to do our best to make it a better place day by day. Everybody who gets up to speak here does so with a good heart, trying to improve our city. Everybody who sits up here, who runs for this office, and who tries to do everything that they can to help our community deserves this type of appreciation, because this is an award that belongs to the entire city. And I thank you and am very honored that I was specifically chosen to represent all of you in this appreciation. Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else in the room for public comment? And Melissa, do we have anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to move on then to agendas, items to be deferred. Mr. Huat, do we have anything?
Mayor, no items tonight to be deferred.
Very well. We'll move on then to items on consent. If you would, let's go ahead and review all the items on our consent list. Mr. Huat.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight on your consent agenda, you have 6 items. The first is the approval of minutes from your February 3rd meeting. The second item is the receipt of advisory body minutes. This is for the Youth Commission meeting that took place on January 7th. Item number 3 is the receipt of the warrant register. Since last meeting, the city has made $3.2 million in payments. I'll cover those that exceed $100,000. There are 5 of them. The first is a payment to the Paso Robles Main Street, Inc. for their annual contribution under an agreement that the city has with Main Street in the amount of $117,000. Next is a payment to the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce, again for their annual contract for visitor services in the amount of $115,000. Next is a payment to J.J. Fisher Construction. This is related to the pickleball court complex in the amount of $105,519.68. Next is a payment to West Rock General Engineering. This is related to road work that has been happening in the Crestline and Fairview area in the amount of $1,153,034.19. And then finally, a payment to Rob Reynolds Construction. This is for work that has been ongoing at City Hall in the amount of $484,985.28. Moving back to the consent agenda, item number 4 is the approval of health benefit contributions for elected officials. This is a cleanup item since the council has approved updated labor agreements with the various labor groups. This item is necessary to be in compliance with state law. Item number 5 is the approval of an agreement with Canon. This is to prepare design documents related to road repairs in the downtown area. This is part of our accelerated 5-year roads maintenance program. And then item number 6 is the approval of a resolution awarding a contract for design services. This is related to the Sherwood Park Field Redevelopment Project. This is a project that the council approved along with funding several months ago and will include new turf as well as new sports fields lighting for the fields at Sherwood Park. And with that, that concludes the consent calendar. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Consent items are on calendar tonight are considered routine and do not normally require separate discussion. However, if any member of the council or the public has specific questions or wants them clarified, we can do that before the vote is taken tonight. Secondly, any member of the council that has a need for full discussion on a particular item, that will cause the item to be pulled and moved to the end of tonight's agenda. I will allow the council then to go ahead and ask questions first, and then I'll open it up for the public. Anyone on the council have any issues with 1 through 6 over here? Then I'll open it up for the public. Anybody having a question? Dale?
Yeah, Dale Guston. I just want to say thank you on behalf of Main Street. As you know, most all the activity in the downtown park is from Main Street, with the exception of the concerts in the park, which the city sponsors. And we thank you for doing that.
Yeah, you guys do great work for the city. Anyone online? Melissa? Okay, I'll bring it back then to council for
Mr. Mayor?
discussion and/or.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
So a motion by, do you have a question real quick? Yes, go ahead. Let's get that done real quick.
In regards to item number 6, I just have a few things to say. Yeah, I sure can. My name is Jeff Smith, and I am a board member with the Paso Robles Youth Baseball. First, I want to sincerely thank City Parks and Recreation Department and the Maintenance Department for the work they are doing on our fields right now. It truly feels collaborative, there's communication, there's responsiveness, and most importantly, there's visible progress. That partnership matters to our families and to the hundreds of kids who show up every week excited to play. It's also encouraging to see our city leaders continue pushing forward on the projects that were supported at that electric and emotional city council meeting last spring, the one where it was standing room only. That night showed how deeply this community cares about youth sports and field space. Your continued commitment to those projects shows that the energy from that meeting wasn't just a moment, it was a turning point. The upgrades to fields, improved lighting, and the addition of new field space will have a tremendous impact on our community. Paso Robles Youth Baseball is serving record numbers, over 537 kids this season. That's 537 local kids learning teamwork, discipline, and resilience. And enrollment continues to rise. At this time, with the loss of Pioneer field space next year, the pressure on our existing facilities will only increase. Field availability is already tight, and it will become even more challenging without additional capacity. That is why projects like the Sherwood upgrades, improvements at Larrymore Park, and enhancements at Beechwood can't come soon enough. There aren't just capital projects. They're investments in our youth, in working families, and in the long-term health of our community. I'd also like to respectfully remind the council that a resolution was passed to work collaboratively with the school district to explore use of the 36th Street School campus, the old Georgia Brown. Access to that space could be a meaningful part of the solution as we work to meet growing demand. We're grateful for the partnerships we're seeing, we're grateful for the momentum, and we're hopeful that together we can continue building the field capacity our kids and our community clearly need. Thank you for your time and your continued support of Paso Robles youth.
And Jeff, I got to tell you, I'm looking forward to the 6th of February, actually March. We're going to have the opening day.
Yep.
Been practicing my pitch and won't be over the plate. It'll be in your mid this year.
I'm pretty sure I'll be the catcher, so I'll go get it.
Thank you,
guys.
Jeff. Appreciate it. All right, we have a motion by Strong, second by Gregory. Discussion. Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal? Aye. Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to public hearings, we'll open the public hearings, and we have one item tonight, the 2026 Community Development Block Grant Program and final annual action plan. Darren Nash, will have that, or?
Yeah, I'll be making the
Warren?
presentation.
Okay.
Darren's got a leaky roof tonight.
Sure.
So this item is a follow-up to a hearing that you held in November to allocate funds from the federal community development block grants. These are administered by San Luis Obispo County. The city receives a portion of those. The money available this year is $168,858 for public improvements. Those must benefit a low-income area of town. There's also an additional $38,967 available for public services that benefit low-income people. There's an additional $18,000 in administration that is allocated to the city for a total of $226,210. So tonight this is the final adoption of the plan. You adopted a draft plan in November. This is your adoption of the final plan. So in the November meeting, this was your allocation. There was $120,000 for a crosswalk at 24th Street, $48,000 for a CAPSLO home repair program that benefits low-income folks in the city of Paso Robles. 2 public service programs, both allocated $19,483. That was to CAPSLO for adult daycare and ECHO for homeless services, plus the administration added up to that $226,000. So at the meeting, we did discuss the public improvement at 24th Street. Since that meeting, we've done additional analysis of this. We've determined this project is premature to pursue at this point. There's some additional issues on 24th Street that really need to be resolved, both with traffic and pedestrian circulation before we'd move forward with this project. So we have put together an alternate project that we are recommending tonight to substitute for this project. So that would be a pedestrian improvement at 32nd Street. This would be new pedestrian curb ramps and bulb outs at 32nd and Spring Street. This is next to the Paso Robles Youth Arts facility, so it would benefit the children that have to navigate that area. We believe this project could be funded for the $120,000 that was allocated for the 32nd Street. So this is an alternate project. That would be your decision tonight, would be to substitute the alternate project for the previously recommended project, and you have full discretion to do that tonight. So your options are to take no action, which would forfeit the CDBG funds. Option 2 would be to approve the allocation with the selected public improvement plan. Option 3, you could modify. 4, you could refer it back to staff for alternative analysis. We are recommending option 2, which is to forward to the county this funding program. So the only change would be now the $120,000 would be allocated to the spring and 32nd curb ramp project. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Warren. Start on my left. Chris Beal. Questions?
Great, thank you. That neighborhood is very interesting to me, and there's a lot of safety issues. Just for the community, could you explain the safety mitigations that the bulb out provides for that intersection?
Yeah, so this diagram here, these kind of hatched brick-looking areas, these are what we refer to as like curb extensions or bulb outs. And what they do is they narrow the width of the street for cars and then narrow or shorten the distance of the crosswalk. So the shorter the crosswalk, the safer it is for pedestrians. So really the benefit of the bulb outs is to narrow the crosswalk, give the pedestrians better sight of oncoming cars. Also by shortening the crosswalk, it minimizes the time that cars have to be stopped for pedestrians to cross as well. So it actually has a benefit both to vehicle circulation as well as pedestrian circulation.
And could it have a small effect on traffic calming also with making the street narrower?
Yeah, anytime the apparent width of a street becomes smaller, psychologically drivers tend to drive slower.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris Bausch.
Warren, that's a great use of funds. I think that's a great idea. At one time, and I tried to find my notes, but couldn't, when the Uptown Park was being talked about, there was some discussion about similar concept, but there was talk of adding the flashing lights. I forget what you call those. And for some reason, it was never came to fruition. What would be the added expense of adding that, or the prohibition of adding that? Would it be possible to consider adding the flashing lights?
Yeah, those are, I think, strobing beacons is basically what they are. We do have those at a number of kind of high volume intersections on Spring Street. That would likely add additional cost above the $120,000. It's possible, the council could direct us to add them and find additional funding for them. So that's a possibility.
Would that delay the project prohibitively? Would that be something to bring back at a later date? I don't want to delay spending this if that would, if we could augment this project, that would be how I would want to do it, but.
Yeah, maybe the city manager would want to weigh in on the timing.
Yeah, just another thought here, Councilmember Bausch. Part of what we've discussed internally with staff is looking at this entire corridor.
Right.
And revisiting needs along this entire stretch of roadway, which would include looking at broader improvements like the RFID type of flashing signage, additional bulb outs, additional pedestrian and vehicle safety elements. We're having those discussions now, and we were potentially going to bring that back as part of the budget process. If there's a desire to see that with this specific project, I may have to defer to the city engineer and others that would want to evaluate it and make sure it's the right location for that type of technology. But we were definitely looking at this area as in the broader corridor context.
I can't, if I had my notes, I could probably figure out why this wasn't brought to fruition way back when. But yeah, I think this is a great use.
We can, if we'd like, we can definitely kind of jot that down, and as we bring the budget forward, if we want to look at the broader kind of corridor work, I think that would go a long way in identifying needs up and down the corridor.
You guys think that's worth bringing back?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's good.
Absolutely.
Okay, you finished there, Chris? Okay, Pro Tem Gregory.
Yes. So Warren, just to clarify, so we're still going to have $48,750 for Capslow for remodels?
Yes, so this would be the funding scheme that's shown on the screen here. So yeah, $48,750 for Capslow Home Repair Program.
Then we're just taking the 120,000 and putting it into Spring Street instead.
Yeah, so you had a total of 168,000 available for physical improvements. So that's split between those two projects now.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Fred, you have any comment? Fred? Okay. Open up the public comment then. Please come forward. Dale? We have to turn the microphone on there, I think. Yeah.
Is it on? There we go.
There you go.
Dale Guston, with Councilman Bausch's concern, if you don't put the conduit in at the same time you're doing the bulb outs, you're going to increase the cost later. It could be done real easy at the same time you're doing the bulb outs, at least the conduit.
We're talking about the 32, right, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. That is where I live.
Linda, you need to state your name.
I did. Linda
Oh,
George,
sorry.
3126 Spring Street.
Yeah.
That is my corner. The curb ramps are very much welcomed. That is the blindest spot, even coming out of the RV park, especially where the swimming pool meets. That's why that person drove into our swimming pool. So when I was campaigning, what a lot of people wanted was a police camera over that area. So if you're going to put in, and I think Ditas left, but I couldn't remember if she said that the flashing crosswalks lasted longer than the ones in the road. Okay, so I would advocate for that, because if I know correctly, that is where the youth arts or something center is right there. So the other place, my question is, those are going to go on 32nd Street, but what about the other two corners where the RV park is and the other building? So it's not going to be 4, it's just going to be 2?
2.
I don't know who the answer is. So that's my question on that. But it is absolutely needed if you can, because that right there is where everybody starts speeding, right there. So when people are coming off the freeway from 101, and they know 101 is right there, that's where they all start speeding. And I know that Chief Nord has put up this mileage counter before, and I don't know what you guys determined about that, but this is a really welcome project in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay. Warren, can you answer that question about the 4 versus 2?
Yeah, it's just the two corners where you see that pink coloring, so it would be the two northern corners, the two southern corners. We don't have enough money in this allocation to cover those. It would probably be a similar amount to do the other two corners.
Can I just weigh in on this a little bit?
Sure.
So there's a lot of activity in the uptown neighborhood between vehicles and pedestrians. There's a lot of action. And city staff knows, police department knows, city engineer knows. You know, they have been collecting information, increasing enforcement. They recognize that there's a lot of congestion and safety issues. So I appreciate Mr. Hewitt's point and Mr. Bausch's point about initiating the Spring Street corridor study, because then that lets us look at the entire corridor and makes recommendations in terms of prioritizing projects so that we aren't just doing one thing here and one thing there. We know for a fact that this intersection is an issue, and we have enough money to address 2 bulb outs with this particular funding program. So we feel confident in moving ahead on this. But for the community, know that, you know, we'll have a whole study, and which will include sort of, you know, that 36th Street area, the 34th Street area. There are a lot of areas that really need some attention. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at this too, and I'm looking at how much that constrains the street. And I would make the comment that it would be unwise to put this at all 4 corners, because you'd turn it into a one-way street. You'd only have 1 lane of traffic. There's no room for 2 lanes of traffic if you have that size bulb out at every one of the corners. So this is a wise way to do it, and it still constrains the street and makes it safer for everybody, no matter which side they're coming from.
To be clear, Warren, this view that we're seeing is looking north. The top of the picture is north,
That's
And,
correct.
Yeah, the left side is the Academy, and the right side is the east side of Spring Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Any other comments from council? Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Resolution 26XXX for the spending of these funds.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question then.
Councilmember Gregory?
Yes?
Councilmember Vouch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye,
Motion passes unanimously.
very good. We'll close the public hearing and move on to discussion items. First off tonight, we have introduction of first reading by title only, an ordinance amending Chapter 3.21, Visual Arts in Public Places in the Paso Robles Municipal Code. And Wyatt, you have that option for us? Yeah.
Yes, good evening, City Council members and Mayor Hammond. My name is Wyatt Lund, Recreation Program Coordinator with our Community Services Department. And tonight it's my pleasure to present our proposal regarding amending the Visual Art in Public Places Municipal Code. The current City Council goals include reviewing and updating the Arts in Public Places Ordinance to enhance community engagement and cultural experiences in Paso Robles. Public art was first identified as a City Council priority in the 2003 General Plan as an essential component of placemaking. With the adoption of Municipal Code Chapter 3.21 in 2005, the city created the Public Art Fund, requiring eligible capital projects to set aside 1% for public art, and assigned review authority to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. The last art in public places expenditure occurred in 2009, when $4,000 was used to purchase art display panels for the library. Public Art Fund contributions were suspended during the Great Recession, and in 2018, amendments formally placed the ordinance on hold, and since then it's been inactive. Since 2012, limited projects have moved forward, and the Public Art Fund balance remains small. It's $700 as of today. Several recent artist-funded installations, including Norma's Archway in 2019 and 2 temporary sculptures downtown on Park and 12th Street, required unique processing due to the absence of a formalized program. Why public art matters? Public art enhances community identity, supports local artists, increases tourism, reduces blight like graffiti, vandalism, and litter, and it helps activate public spaces. Successful public art programs can be found in over 100 municipalities across California, including some of our neighbors. Most notably, San Luis Obispo has a robust program that's about 20 plus years in now. The project pictured here is called Dogs of Danville, where artists decorated dog statues around town, paint, mosaic, things like that. They were displayed for a year and then auctioned off to benefit local charities, kind of like the cows that you still see around SLO County. Public art is a major contributor to Paso Robles' cultural, social, economic vitality. According to the 2025 SLO County Economic Impact of the Arts and Culture Sector Report, the arts and culture sector draws approximately 630,000 visitors to Paso Robles annually and supports $70.2 million in visitor spending, enriching quality of life. Visitor spending includes music venues, art galleries, wineries, and restaurants that feature collections, and local favorites like Sculptera or Sensorial. The city's 5-year economic development strategic plan, adopted in '24, identifies placemaking, downtown revitalization, gateway enhancement, branding, and infrastructure improvements as core economic development priorities, specifically calling for a downtown placemaking pilot project to improve livability, visitor experience, and business attraction. Public art is one of the most cost-effective and visible tools for achieving these objectives. Last summer, we conducted a public art survey to gauge community interest, including 3 outreach events and electronic distribution of our survey. 100% of respondents were supported seeing more public art in Paso Robles, and 92% believed the existing public art enhances the city's character. Reinstating and amending Chapter 3.21 will provide a structured, sustainable framework for funding, acquiring, and maintaining public art funded through tourism-related revenues to maximize economic benefits without burdening general funds. So now we get into what these amendments would include. The key elements of the proposed amended chapter include establishing an arts and culture board with bylaws, similar to an advisory body, who would work with city staff to review art submissions, make recommendations on placements and art programs, approve public art installations. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee discussed transferring their art review responsibilities to a new arts and culture board and endorsed the concept at their meeting last month. The board would approve works of art that are not considered to be high profile. Art that is considered high profile would be approved by City Council. Pieces are considered high profile based on location, like City Park or the entrance to City Hall, and pieces that are valued over $50,000. The amended chapter would also create guidelines for acquisition and installation of eligible artworks, including visibility, durability, site compatibility, quality, and maintenance responsibilities. Funding for the Arts and Public Places program would be an annual appropriation of 0.5% of unrestricted transient occupancy tax that would establish the Public Art Fund. This fund would be dedicated to all public art expenditures, including acquisition, installation, maintenance, and education, artist fees, and administrative costs, like permits, for example. It's worth saying that this 0.5% wouldn't be an additional TOT tax. It would be 0.5% of the existing TOT tax. A few examples of art projects that would be affordable at this level of funding would be stuff like seasonal pole banners like we're seeing downtown now, utility box art wraps, smaller murals, or community program art, for example, student contests where student artwork displays in City Hall for a period of time. The last new sections at the bottom, the last 2 points there, of the municipal code would include a review process for donated artworks, which we've been fortunate to have had in the last few years in Paso Robles, and authorization for deaccessioning of artworks based on safety, cost, or policy alignment. It's worth noting that reestablishing and amending Chapter 3.21 would not alter Chapter 2163, which governs original murals on private property or private buildings. This program will continue to have a separate permitting and review process through the Community Development Department. When looking at implementing the Arts and Public Places program, should the municipal code and amendments be approved, the first steps would be recruiting and onboarding the Arts and Culture Board this spring, working with them to adopt placement and selection procedures, and then develop a one-year work plan as we move toward the first art installation. And in conclusion, our staff recommendation is to adopt the ordinance reinstating the Visual Art in Public Places program and creating the Arts and Culture Board, and amend the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee bylaws in support of the reassignment of Public Art Review Authority. And there's one point that I apologize, I skipped over. When we were talking about funding, 0.5% of transient occupancy tax last year would have been about $50,000. If we stayed with the model of 1% of capital improvement projects, last year that would have been about $340,000, so quite a difference there. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Wyatt. Council, questions? Pro Tem Gregory.
Yeah, Wyatt, thank you for your presentation. So I want to make sure the differentiation between large art projects and small would be around 50,000?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about murals? Are you being, like, I know we've done a couple big murals already.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the larger murals that will bring back to us, or how does that work?
Murals that are on private buildings would be separate from this. They would still be.
So that's more of a DRC?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
And so you're able to take, like the donation for Sensorio was a good example of council approval, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Bausch.
There you go. Thank you, Art. Great presentation. Clarify the funding for me again. It's half of 1% of the total TOT.
Yes.
It's not actually coming from TOT, so it's not going to reduce what is processed through TOT and passed on. It's actually coming out of, say, the general fund?
I believe so. Yes, that's accurate. Chris.
Yeah, Councilmember Bouch, I can clarify. We're using the 0.5% of TOT as a benchmark.
Right.
It would essentially be a general fund appropriation to the program.
Okay.
But we're using the TOT essentially as a resource.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from council? on this side? I have one, Wyatt. I'd like to ask, back in 2005, I had not been on the council at that point, but back then they directed to have that 1% from capital improvement brought into this fund. Why was that not continued? In other words, if council directed it, why was it discontinued? I'm curious.
With our research, the short answer is I'm not exactly sure. We weren't able to find anything until it was officially stopped in 2018. I'm not sure why that funding didn't accumulate.
All right.
Mayor, maybe I can chime in too. I think what we saw kind of anecdotally was that right after the Great Recession, and then as the city was recovering from the Great Recession up until 2018, from what I could see, it looked like it was a financial decision to stop contributing to the fund, essentially taking those funds that have otherwise would have gone into the Public Art and Places Fund and use them for capital projects.
Yeah, my point was, I think though, Chris, was that it was done by staff level, not at the council level. That's why I was wondering.
I think obviously it went through the budget. I can't precisely answer that. What I saw was that it appeared that it went through the budget process and ultimately was stopped funding.
Yeah.
That's as far as we could find.
Very good. Okay, go ahead and open up the public for any questions. Wyatt, stand by. Anyone who would like to ask questions on this item, please come forward. Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Is that okay for me to go ahead right now? Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Tracy Dotterman. I'm here on behalf of Travel Paso, the destination marketing organization representing Paso Robles' tourism community. We strongly support the proposed Arts and Culture Board and the Public Art Initiative being discussed this evening. This proposal directly aligns with Travel Paso's strategic plan and our vision to ensure a flourishing community with authentic and welcoming experiences for visitors and residents alike. Establishing an Arts and Culture Board is a meaningful addition to the ecosystem, one that recognizes creativity and cultural expression as essential parts of the Paso Robles identity. We've seen firsthand how art enhances the visitor experience. Our downtown murals and installations create a welcoming atmosphere, providing natural photo opportunities, and serve as memorable points of interest. In our recent study profiling local visitors, downtown Paso Robles consistently ranked as one of the core attractions for travelers, a place they gather, explore, and connect. Public art strengthens that sense of place. On a larger scale, Sensorio is a powerful example of the economic and marketing impact of arts and culture. What began as a bold artistic vision has become an internationally recognized attraction, drawing visitors from across California and beyond. It drives overnight stays, restaurant visits, and wine tasting experiences throughout the region. Importantly, we know that travelers actively searching for information about visiting Sensorio are one of the single largest drivers of traffic to travelpaso.com. That data clearly demonstrates that arts-based attractions are not peripheral, they are primary motivators for visitation. From a marketing perspective, Travel Paso incorporates public art into our campaigns regularly. Murals, installations, and creative backdrops appear in our photography, videos, and digital storytelling. Art provides compelling visual assets that differentiate Paso Robles in a competitive travel landscape and inspire people to choose to visit our community. Supporting public art through a formal Arts and Culture Board is a natural next step. It ensures future projects are thoughtfully integrated, reflective of our community values, and aligned with the ethos of the destination. On behalf of Travel Paso, thank you for considering this proposal and for investing in the cultural ecosystem of our city. Public art enhances quality of life, strengthens community pride, supports our local economy, making Paso Robles an even more vibrant place to live and to visit. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Anyone else? Okay, oh, one more. Welcome.
How you doing? All right. Sorry, it's my first time. Is it all ready for me? Okay.
It's all right. State your name first.
Yeah, my name is Max Randolph. I'm a local blacksmith artist. I make really big things out of forged steel. And I'm here to amplify Wyatt's voice here. I've been here my whole life, and it's been a real joy to watch it grow to where it has been. And I wanted to hop on here really to amplify Wyatt. I'm deeply proud of him and the rest of the Parks and Recreation for bringing art to the forefront of the conversation. I'm also grateful for all of you and all the hard work you guys do for hearing them out. I'm excited for the prospect of local artists to tell stories, and in doing so, enrich our local culture. People travel for art. You can go to Sensario and hear several different languages being spoken all the same way, in wonder. I'm overjoyed that you're considering art's place in Paso Robles, and I'm looking forward to what the future looks like. I'm really grateful for all your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the public? Okay, well, anyone online, Melissa? Okay, we'll bring it back then to council for discussion and/or action.
Mayor Hammond,
I have a comment, if you want to go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. Or just a comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I think I know the answer to this, but this would be like another advisory body where committee selection would be an application process and would come back to the board for review and selection. And how many people do we think we'd have on the?
It'd be a five-person.
5 people. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I wanted to bring up a point that I mentioned in my question was the funding part of it. I would like the council to consider that we bring back the funding. I mean, what I'm seeing right now, the TOT with, that little bit of money that comes from that really isn't a whole lot. And even to maintain what we do have, it would probably eat it up pretty fast without making them some sort of a nest egg for a future project. So I would consider looking at getting at least a 1/4 to 1/2% of the capital improvements project, like we used to have 1%. If we were to do something like that, I think Wyatt, you mentioned it, 1% would be 350. But if we did a 0.5% roughly, then 150. On top of the 50 from TOT, that's around 200 annually that can be built for this fund and sustain it, I think, better. I'd like to see what comments we have on it.
So I think we should move that to council comments.
No, this is part of the direction we can do right now, I believe, isn't it, Mr. Chris?
We have an action on the floor. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to suggest that maybe if we leave it as is, as the beginning thing, because it's also going to accept donations. Now, in the library, we have Friends of the Library, and they make donations to the library that are substantial. The art world, I think, has Friends of Art, and I see no reason why a Friends of Art group couldn't help fund this program until we see how it kicks off and have maybe 1 year under our belt of seeing how it works. I don't want to tinker too much with the funding initially.
Okay, so you're not for that. Chris, go ahead.
Just not to put too fine a point on it, but you said if it was from TOT. It's not from TOT, it's from general fund.
Fund which TOT goes into, but that's the funding source where we're coming from.
It's still coming from, yeah. I just want to be, if it was, it's semantics, but it's not. I want to be real careful with that. I'm going to agree with Councilmember Strong. I believe the art world will fund this, and they'll come up with their own. I believe in providing some seed money to this, but I would welcome putting kind of a cap on it, even if a few years. I won't go that far tonight, but I think the 0.5% as a benchmark of TOT is good. If the economy goes south, there's a cap on that. I believe that's enough to get it started. It's a good start. It's a robust start.
Well, the way I was looking at it, Chris, was that, the TOT basically comes from visitors. And so I'm kind of wondering, what our citizens are going to put into their art. You follow? In other words, visitors versus our own. And by having a capital improvement funding source that, again, we used to have 1%, I'm proposing 0.5%, even if we did a 1/4%, I'm worried about the amount of money that this could generate and really what traction we're going to get with it. Certainly we could build it up over years, but like we just had testimony, people come here for art and for seeing what we have, in the downtown, for instance. Another thought I was thinking was originally when we had the parking fund, and was making money, that would be a perfect way to fund this kind of a opportunity with extra money and such. But, you know, it is what it is. If council doesn't have traction, then that's fine. Chris?
I think the enthusiasm for public art is very exciting, and I'm happy that this group is addressing it. I think staff did a great job in sort of tracking down the history and how we got to this place. And I think this is one example of a program that had been authorized a couple of decades ago that maybe went, you know, to the wayside when the Great Recession happened. I appreciate your wanting to fund this in a robust way. The fact that there's a proposal of a way to fund it at all, I think shows great improvement above the $700 that it currently houses, so well done. But I also think that we're a little ahead of our budget process, and we have several important programs that need similar kind of attention that, you know, we haven't really invested in a fulsome way for a while. So I'm open to this idea, but I also want to make sure that we aren't pre-committing funds ahead of when we're looking at the budget as a whole and looking at all of the competing needs out there.
Mr. Mayor, one more thing, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going into history now, but a little known fact about me is that I was the CEO of the Milpitas Art Association, and we put on art shows for the whole Bay Area, and we have funded the art in that entire city of Milpitas. And it didn't cost the citizens money, because if you've got a good group that is interested, and we have obviously a huge art community here, you're worrying too much about this. Give it a chance. It'll work, believe me, it'll work.
Okay. Pro Tem Gregory, you were going to make a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a comment, then I'll make the motion. I think this is a great start, because we're going from 700 to 50,000. But also, we have the ability in the future to change this and add to it, and maybe find other ways. But it also gives the opportunity for the community to chip in, help in, and donate. We have a $50,000 a year base. We could take a look at it annually if you like. I'm okay with that, so.
Okay.
That's permissible, City Manager, Mr. Manager.
Bring it back for an annual review of the fund.
Be happy to do that.
Yeah.
Happy to give you a full program update on an annual basis.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion. We introduce the first reading of by title only, ordinance XXXX, reinstating, amending the visual arts in public places program.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Discussion? Okay, Melissa will call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you, Wyatt.
Thank you.
Item 2 on discussion tonight is the El Camino Organization ECHO Mid-Year Report, fiscal year 2025 and 26, authorization of disbursement of payment. Ashley, you have this for us.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond and members of the City Council. Ashley Hernandez, Homeless Services Manager. Tonight's item is the receipt of the El Camino Homeless Organization's fiscal year 25-26 mid-year report and request to issue the scheduled mid-year payment in the amount of $111,000. By way of brief background, the city has partnered with ECHO since August 2022 through a supplemental MOU to support emergency shelter operations, case management services, and coordinated response to homelessness in Paso Robles. Over time, this agreement has been amended to reflect programmatic shifts and to strengthen reporting and coordination with city departments. Most recently, in August 2025, City Council approved the third amendment to the supplemental MOU, which transitioned ECHO fully to a 90-day emergency shelter program and maintained an emergency resource room for use by the police department and fire and emergency services. Reporting and payments continue on a biannual basis. Per the third amendment, ECHO has submitted all required mid-year reporting for fiscal year 25-26. The submittal includes program and service data, participation in neighborhood coordination efforts, performance reporting, and a mid-year financial statement covering the period from July 1st through December 31st, 2025. Overall, the report demonstrates compliance with the terms of the supplemental MOU. Notably, ECHO exceeds the required shelter capacity, providing 70 beds under the 90-day program, in addition to emergency resource room. Required insurance remains in compliance, and financial reporting has been provided. There are no additional fiscal impacts. This is not working for me, but there are no additional fiscal impacts associated with tonight's action, as funding for the fiscal year agreement was previously approved by City Council. Staff is recommending option 2 to receive and file the fiscal year 25-26 mid-year report and direct staff to disperse the scheduled payment. That concludes our staff review. At this time, I'd like to invite Wendy Lewis, CEO of ECHO, to the podium to present ECHO's mid-year report and provide any additional details on program operations and outcome.
Wendy, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond and council members. Thank you for this opportunity to come and share this update with all of you. I also want to thank many ECHO supporters that are in the room tonight, including some of our dedicated volunteers, our meal program teams, some of our board members, and some of our team. It's a really dedicated group that's putting on all these resources for the community. So the funding that we receive from the city of Paso Robles directly supports staffing costs for the Paso Robles shelter. It's about 20% of our overall cost to provide the resources we do in the Paso Robles campus. We, ECHO, and our team and our board members fundraise the difference with the community support. We also work with different foundations, different opportunities for grants that we apply for, track, and keep all of the operations that you see happening within the city of Paso Robles addressing homelessness within the community. So the Home Key project is the overall footprint of that entire facility. Still to this day, even that it's many years later since we opened, there is still confusion between what ECHO provides and what Haslo provides. So the overall project is a partnership between 3 different organizations that came together when the opportunity for the state funding was made available. That was the Housing Authority of SLO County, People's Self-Help Housing, and El Camino Homeless Organization, or ECHO. So we all teamed up together to bring the first homeless services into the community and shelter services. There definitely had been food programs within the community, but this was a different opportunity. So the entire footprint is 122 units. And as you can see, ECHO operates 41 of those units, and it's offering those 70 emergency shelter beds that Ashley had mentioned. There are different beds within that program. We mentioned the 70, but then there's also the emergency room that we utilize with fire and police, and that is utilized if they come on someone in crisis that needs that immediate help, and we partner and activate that room. And as we mentioned, that's a great partnership with that team. That was a need that was brought to us during some of our conversations with the MOU process, and that was one of the things that we brought online to bring a different opportunity for a partnership there. So as you can see in the reporting time frame, there are different things that we report to the city, and all of this is tracked in what's called HMIS and coordinated entry through the county. All the data is entered by our staff and tracked for all kinds of the reporting that we do. You can see with those different reports that the numbers are pretty significant. In the second quarter, we saw 11,022 shelter stays. That means different people utilize the shelter, and if you go down to the unduplicated served, that would be 689 different unique individuals were served through the ECHO Paso Robles program, including, I mentioned the 70 beds. Out of those 70 beds, on an average night, we average about 20 children that are staying with us. That's often not seen in the community from when we're out speaking. People don't realize that we're serving a lot of children and families. So additional things that we provide at ECHO, we have a wide array of programs that we offer. We offer about 20 different programs, from the 90-day shelter, emergency shelter program, to our evening meals, and you can see that that data is tracked as well. In that 2 quarters of reporting, dinners alone, which are brought in by the community with ECHO's coordination and the staffing support from the funding we get from the city, we served over 19,000 meals to the community. Those meals are available to anybody who's hungry, not just the people that are staying in the shelter program, and not just also the people at the HASLO units on site, which are permanent supportive housing. That can be someone facing food insecurity, someone that's been helped through our program, but that is one of the largest things we provide, and we're very proud to partner with the community to make that happen, and many of the meal prep teams that come together from all kinds of diverse spectrums of the people within the community. You can also see some of the other programs we provide. We have a shower program that's available to anybody who is needing that service, and that's just the respectful way of offering showers, hygiene, clothing, and different things to help someone make that step to feel better themselves and make forward progress steps with potentially getting employment or different opportunities. You can also see partnering with the Slow Food Bank. We distributed 2,700 no-cook meal bags. That is an incredible partnership. Those are dispersed through our outreach case manager, who I will bring up in a minute to share a little bit about what his role does and what he does for the community. Also different things like mental health referrals, drug and alcohol referrals, referrals to other resources, and then laundry. Laundry is another amazing program we have right on site that is available to the people staying in the 90-day program, but also available to people in our outreach program who need that resource in order to come and do laundry and also learn more about our programs and hopefully get ready for those next steps. At this time, I'd love to invite Scott up, who is going to share a little bit. He is our outreach case manager. So we have a team of case managers on site in our case management program, but we also have the ability to have a case manager go throughout the community, go into the riverbeds, go into places where people are facing homelessness, and he's able to bring resources right to them. So I'm going to introduce you guys to Scott, who's going to share a little bit about his role at ECHO.
Welcome, Scott.
Hello, my name's Scott Bustamante. I'm the outreach case manager over at ECHO. One of the huge parts that outreach focuses on is working with our community partners to maximize our impact to the people that we serve. A great example of that is our collaboration with Earthshine. I personally go out with a few of our resident volunteers and some of our volunteers at the shelter to keep the area around ECHO, so Black Oak Drive and the surrounding area, nice and clean, and also, you know, show face and build that rapport with the people that utilize our services. I'm sorry. So we do that about 2-3 times a week. Another huge part of the outreach program is going out into the riverbeds and into the city and meeting our clients exactly where they're at. Offering those resources, letting them know that there's people here that can help, that care, we're compassionate. Meeting them with compassion and patience and understanding to connect them with those resources, whether that be connecting them with mental health, drug rehabilitation, or helping build resumes, even job hunting and housing navigation. I take care of in outreach as well. It's even assisting in those smaller wins, such as obtaining vital records and documents. They can snowball into changing lives and building momentum and giving somebody motivation. And those things are very powerful. And those things are something that I try to focus on with my clients personally. Even a simple conversation and a provision bag can make somebody comfortable enough later on down the line when they're ready to make that jump to come see me and start moving towards stability. So.
Great. Thank you, Scott.
So I want to also thank Scott for doing that. That is his first time at a city council meeting and first time speaking in the comment, so I think he did an excellent job. He was also telling a story of today where they went out in this weather that we have all experiencing and hearing, delivering food and ponchos and things to help people facing this inclement weather. We also have the warming center that we've opened this year and also offering daytime warming when available, and especially in bad weather like this. So thank you, Scott. I really appreciate that. One of the biggest goals that we have for the people we're serving is housing. That is ultimately what everybody deserves housing, and that's our main goal for everybody who comes seeking services. In this next slide, you can see the breakdown of how many people were housed with the different type of services we offer. So in that first quarter, 63 found the stability of housing through our shelter and outreach program, which we'd be staying in the 90-day program or working with someone like Scott. And then 3 were helped through homeless prevention, and that is where if someone is housed, they can call ECHO, utilizing when funds are available to help them stay in that housing, and that is really instrumental. You can see in that next quarter, those numbers jumped up pretty dramatically. 84 were housed through outreach and shelter, and 68 were helped through homeless prevention because funds that were made available, our case management team and our outreach would work with someone who would call ECHO saying they're about to lose their housing. That's one of the biggest resources that we've added, and wish we could even do more there. Okay, so we're going to jump to, this is kind of some of the things that Scott was mentioning in some of the different programs. Also wanting to mention in last year, ECHO, which is 2 locations, 130 beds, helped 383 individuals and children into the stability of stable housing with our shelter programs and homeless prevention. In Paso alone, it was 231 total people helped, and the breakdown was 139 through our shelter and outreach program and 92 through homeless prevention. So that gives you Paso-specific numbers to show that your investment into the work we're doing is really showing that there's results, and it's very, in each one of those numbers is a human's life that was positively changed. This is our partnership with Earthshine in the city and the trash collection that we do as a neighborhood partner in that area. And you can see we almost picked up 2,000 pounds of trash to be good neighbors within the community. This talks more about some of our programs that we offer. Some we offer directly through the ECHO systems, and some we offer through partnerships. Again, I mentioned several. I can name off a few more. We do workforce development. We have a haircut program, parenting classes, financial literacy, substance use support groups. So all of these different programs are such valuable components. Those are in the overall report we submit to the city as well that lists all those out. So I usually end with sharing a story of someone we've helped. And this, actually, looking at the slide, these are the old slides. So I don't know if I can go to my phone and share the story that I was hoping to share. So let me pull that up. So this is highlighting Richard, and Richard was 79 years old when he found himself needing ECHO services. He had worked all his life. He was a horse trainer, a realtor, came across a situation where he had to sell his house and found himself living in his car. He lived in his car on the streets of Paso, came to ECHO, started in the program. He was very successful. You can see these pictures on the ECHO website with the success stories, and he is now housed as he is battling cancer. And just can't imagine what his situation would have been like had he not been able to access ECHO. So just want to thank you guys again for the ongoing support, this partnership. I'm here to answer questions if there's any questions that arise from City Council or from anybody who brings a question.
Very good. Thank you, Wendy. I'll start off on my left. Chris Beal, do you have any questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Great presentation, and I know there was a little mix-up in terms of the time period. So what was on the agenda posted on the internet, it was the correct time period?
So what
And-
was on the agenda, if it
Yeah.
has Richard's story, that was the correct numbers and things, so the data will more reflect that time period, yeah.
So I just want to confirm, we've been making semi-annual payments to you, right? So the process is we have a 2-year budget, we come up with a number, and then you come to us twice a year to get approved for that amount. So the $111,000 is for 6 months, right?
Correct.
And then I actually am interested in the homelessness prevention piece. Again, there's different numbers floating around. But it's a pretty significant number of who you're able to help from preventing them to become homeless, right? So when they get into a bind, they can reach out to you, and pending, if you have the funds available, then you can keep them from ending up in a shelter, right?
Yeah, in my time in homeless services, that has been one of the most effective resources or programs that I've seen, because it is preventing someone from ever experiencing the traumas that homelessness brings. And we are able to not only just help them keep that housing, but we match them with case management. So there's also a commitment from the person, because the funds are so limited that we want to really set them up for success. So they work with our case managers, they create a financial literacy plan and a housing sustainability plan together. And then we also connect them to other resources within the community that they might not know are available. Food bank distributions, other healthcare resources. We might get them signed up on SendCal. So there's all kinds of different pieces that we'll put into that effort. But again, when the funds are available, it is very effective use of community ability to help somebody.
And you also track some of these clients too. So somebody gets into some trouble, they can come to you, you vet them for certain conditions because you want to make sure that people are successful, right? And you track them over a year. So what's the success, more or less, of people staying housed that you help them at the prevention stage?
Yeah, so a couple of the data points. So if somebody coming to ECHO who enters our 90-day program, we track that, and they have an over 60% success rate in order to get into the stability of housing. We continue to track them as well, and about 90% stay housed a year later. It's very similar to our homeless prevention, because we're setting them up for success by matching them with support, which is the case management team and other resources. We see about those same numbers, that 90% remained housed, and I appreciated you using the term vetted. We vet the situation. We actually do a housing visit to make sure the house is livable housing. It's not, there's certain guidelines, and then we also only disperse funds to that landlord. So it's very documented, along with all of our funding that we receive. We are audited by an independent auditor that puts a report out. We report to many different entities within the community on data and tracking and that accountability piece.
And just to be clear, the city of Paso Robles is funding the operations, a portion of the operations, a portion of the staff time for the Paso Robles campus.
Correct.
Our dollars aren't going to prevention, but I bring that up because it's such an important piece of the whole picture, because you have people coming into the system and people coming out of the system. And the shelter side is the coming out of the system, and what can we do earlier on? It's certainly more humane, with less cost to the individual and less fiscal cost. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, Pro Tem Gregory.
Wendy, thank you for your presentation. So I have a question on, you're doing a tremendous amount of meals every night. It looks like a little over 100 meals a night. Is that all community supported and donated?
So it's a combination. We definitely couldn't do it without the community. That's the part when we looked at opening something in Paso Robles. We were so hopeful that the volunteer community spirit that we were able to harness in Atascadero would appear here in Paso Robles, and Paso Robles proved they were there for the people that need it the most. And so many of the meal teams are your community members coming together. We even have families that will come and bring a meal for sometimes up to 120 people. We've even pushed in the last few months, some nights of 130, 140. Some of that includes a second meal when we have it, but the food insecurity numbers are definitely on an increase. But again, it's a partnership with the coordination. It takes such a high level of coordination to coordinate all those pieces, and so that's done with our volunteer programs manager, and they work to find new meal teams when we need it, support the current meal teams, so huge part. And again, ECHO was founded over meals 25 years ago, coming together and providing that first thing that we all need for just basic wellness and nutrition, and coming together to build that spirit of trust that you've seen with the numbers that are you're seeing housed. It starts with that meal.
And then you also, Food Bank helps you guys out too? Does Food Bank deliver food as well for that?
Yeah, so the food bank, we partner in a couple ways for the food bank. We get food for our other meals that we provide, and we also partner with the no-cook bags. Some meal teams are actually able to coordinate with our volunteer managers and the food list from the food banks and actually get certain components for their meals. It is a big undertaking to produce a meal for 120 people, and with costs going up, our meal teams are still committed, they're still dedicated, and so when we can find ways to offset those costs through partnerships like that, we definitely make sure the coordination is happening.
And my final question is, how is the emergency shelter going?
The new family wing.
Yeah.
And so I was keeping it Paso specific, but since you asked, we are really working hard to continue to meet this unmet need. The need in our community is just staggering from the amount of people who need services. You saw from the unduplicated number how many people just within Paso Robles, and so we're currently building a dedicated family wing in Atascadero. We're about halfway through. We'll be looking like we're opening in about September, and that is available to anybody who needs it. We also don't have restrictions on who goes where. If there's a family in the community and they want to go to Atascadero, it's available soonest. The soonest we can get someone into services is where we try to put them. So yeah, it's going really well, but we're also looking for support from the overall community to keep that looking great.
Thank you.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. I have a rather unusual situation to ask you about, and that is because when someone becomes homeless, it could become more than that. They may lose their self-respect, their dignity, they lose their history, their own connection to their past and their family. And that's through the things that were in that house, because only so much of what was in that house is going to fit in a car or a shopping cart or whatever they've got left to hold, to take with them. Almost everyone has some things from their childhood that they take with them through their life. They take things that they acquire through their life that builds their own personal history and their own self-worth. Are you doing anything to help them retain or recover any of that part of their life?
Yeah, so
in the process?
we definitely have, we have the ability for them to bring what they are able to carry in that ways to come into the 90-day program, but also through our outreach program, through Scott and our outreach efforts, we're able to help them, like maybe they need their birth certificate in order to get their driver's license, and then they need their driver's license. We're able to support them through those steps to find something like their birth certificate in order to help them gain employment, because all these different steps are what lead to someone being housed. So yes, it's a very important part.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Belch.
Thank you. Wendy, thanks very much for the presentation. I was going to ask about the warming shelters and the emergency shelters, so thank you. You answered those already, so thank you for providing a very necessary service. Appreciate it.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Go ahead and open up then to public for any questions, comments. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Booth. I run Hope for Ashland Street Outreach. I've spoken with you guys a few times. I am boots on the ground in the riverbed with the people. I'm helping them get document ready, as Wendy just stated. A couple questions that I have. So a lot of the people are facing hunger insecurity at Echo, Haslo, all over the community. And the people from the riverbed are no longer getting the non-perishables donated. I don't know which way to look. Donated by the food banks in the riverbed. So the people that are getting it are up there, staying at Echo only. Even the people at Haslo aren't getting those anymore. And so my question to Wendy is, how come we are no longer supporting the people in the riverbed with non-perishables? Because you said there was 2,700 or something. And then also, there's just so much. Richard, a 79-year-old, you just told like his glorified story. My question to you is, there was a senior that's 70 years old that I just helped get housed and document ready that was with you for 8.5 months with an income that never got any documents or housed with you guys. There's someone I'm working with right now that for 13 years and has cancer and is a senior that, again, never got help from you guys and has been in your program. So I'm wondering, like, statistically, I've done my research as much as I can. Like I said, I'm boots on the ground. I'm not really a computer girl. But the numbers aren't adding up to what we're seeing on the ground. Homeless advocates are just confused and upset that this money keeps getting thrown at homelessness. Like, me as an advocate, I don't want more shelters. I want the shelters we do have to do the work and not just throw out big numbers. So I guess my question is basically, how come they're starving at shelters and not giving out non-perishables that are donated? The numbers are not correct at all. How come people are not getting document ready? And if there was 63 housed from street outreach, I have to go down. If there was 63 housed from street outreach, I have not seen one of them, and I've been doing this for 4 years. But you can cough all you want, it's so true. So yeah, I guess I'll just start there, but there is, I just urge you guys to check into this. I know numbers are being thrown out there. I had a reporter do an investigative report, and Wendy absolutely refused to answer any of the questions on record for 2 months and actually never ended up answering them. And I think at some point, we as a community need to look at this and look at the numbers, because I'm telling you, I'm down there with the people. So that's it.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Harmon. My name is Linda Belch. I am here representing the County of San Luis Obispo Homeless Services Division. I just wanted to say thank you so much for taking time this evening to consider this request. It is a collective effort required to end homelessness in San Luis Obispo County. And on behalf of the county, I want to express our gratitude for partners like the city of Paso Robles and Echo. Because of our partnerships, we are making significant progress in addressing homelessness. And in fact, in calendar year 2025, as a whole, the county saw a 40% decrease in first-time homelessness, largely due to that investment of prevention dollars last year, and a 44% increase in exits to permanent housing, and that's directly from HMIS data that has been collected. This is due in large part to our city's continued contribution of funding toward these critical efforts, and also our partners who deliver services. Organizations like ECHO step up to expand services and lead with compassion and integrity. And there is significant work behind the scenes to ensure that the data going into HMAS is accurate and complete, and is actually used in addition to funding recommendations. So we're happy to answer any further questions on that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Dawn Pountney, and I want to talk about ECHO. I've been cooking for ECHO since the inception, and something really funny happens at ECHO, and this is when a new person comes into the community of ECHO, their clothes are pretty tattered, and their head is down, and they have a shuffle, and their shoulders are hunched over, and this is the way they present themselves. And after being at ECHO for a week or two, they straighten up a little bit, their clothes are clean, they smell better, their hygiene, which I think our hygiene makes us feel good about ourselves. Their hygiene is way better. So ECHO does, I don't know how they do it, but they just do an amazing job of establishing people's self-esteem. And the self-esteem that people get, I mean, we all deserve that. We all want to be productive, and I think that's what ECHO does. It turns people who have probably had a really rough go of it into productive citizens, and then keeps offering them a hand to continue to help them out. And ECHO, I've seen ECHO help so many people personally. I've seen people who I've seen on the street suddenly appear at Echo, suddenly just transform. And I'd like to make a comment about Wendy. My comment about Wendy is she's an amazing human because she manages to care for each of the trees while still managing the forest, which is, she's just an amazing human. And anyone who I think knows Wendy has to say that. And her team is amazing as well. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Council members, Mayor, my name is Sam Williams. I'm here on behalf of Sinton and Sons Local Meats and Provisions. We're at 3450
Can we
Riverside
talk,
Avenue.
speak up a little bit more? Yeah, please.
Sam Williams, Sinton and Sons. We're at 3450 Riverside Avenue. I've never heard of the Black Oak Corridor referred to before, but very appreciative of all the outreach that occurs by ECHO and very much support anything that could be done to help the homeless in our community. Our business is literally at the very end of Riverside Avenue, and I'm sure as many of you are aware, there's a considerable homeless encampment that appears periodically either in vehicles or under trees, and it's detrimental to the environment as well as our business operations. I hate to say that, even bring that up selfishly because of the homeless dire needs that are being addressed by ECHO, but we would greatly appreciate anything that can be done to continue to support cleaning up that area and housing the homeless people that are encamped there in RVs and vehicles and under trees. I'll just mention briefly that we also operate a retail store in Templeton next to Trader Joe's. And any of you who have ever shopped at Trader Joe's dread the parking lot there. We have customers who go to Templeton to shop instead of our Paso Robles location because of the conditions on Riverside Avenue. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Council. Jolie Yaguda, one of the co-owners of General Store Paso Robles, and I am so happy to not be talking about parking with any of you. I am very excited to talk about ECHO. We started providing meals through Paso Cares. It's been over 8 years, maybe 9 years that we've been providing a monthly meal. And we did that because we felt called to do something for the community, but we just thought it was a meal program. Honestly, until about 2.5 years ago, we thought that was what ECHO did. And then I was asked to join the board, which I did not really want to do because I didn't have time for it, but I felt like I wanted to learn more about how this whole organization worked. And it was the best investment of time I can remember giving to anything. What we learned was that there's an incredible infrastructure at ECHO. And the meals are just a gateway to the rest of the program. It's a way for people to sit down next to someone who's in the program, maybe ask some questions, feel comfortable, get recognized. There are guests that we see month after month after month. Maybe they get into the 90-day housing, maybe they don't, but we see them, they're in our community, we get to know them. And getting to know Wendy and her team, I'm just blown away by the sustainability of the program that they provide. It's so much more than just the right thing to do. It's something that we can continue to build on. And being on the board, I see the reporting and I see the numbers, and they are very rigorously kept and questioned by the board. There are many bankers and lawyers on that board, and they ask a lot of questions. So I just wanted to respond to that part of it, but also say, as a community member, I'm so proud to be in a community that's doing something tangible and sustainable, not just a Band-Aid. And I'm really proud to have been able to meet all the people on the ECHO team. And I encourage anybody who wants to become a meal provider or even just come serve to go to the website, because there's a great resource for, even if you can just provide for 25 people or 50, it's just a great organization. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your service. Thank you. Welcome.
Oh, I forgot. I brought that wrong.
Okay. Welcome.
My name is Terry Harding. That's my husband.
Randy?
Randy Harding.
Our family provides a meal for Echo about once a month, and I just wanted to come and share my support for Echo and all that they do for our community. I'm grateful to be a part of that program and to be able to provide that meal. I want to share a quick story about my friend Yvette, who a few years ago, she came to me in my church struggling with her housing situation. She was renting a room from one of her son's friends. She is a senior. She could only afford to rent a room. They needed that room for their own family, and she was losing her housing. She was able to go to Echo to work through their program and to get into permanent housing. So, thank you.
Great. Randy?
I think just much like you guys, and you rely heavily on your staff to make everything function and to keep the city rolling, the staff at Echo does a phenomenal job and has given our family an opportunity to serve, and it's something that our company donates to as well. And I think that, you know, my heart goes out to the business owner in the area, and when I look at the funds that are being asked for, I think it's a very nominal amount. And when an art project got floated and the mounts and the sidewalk, and as we're there doing meals, and you watch at the start, you're always worried about having enough food, and I see the hunger, and I always over serve, and she's always saying, don't give that much, don't give that much. And it always seems to work out, and we've done 140 a couple times, and you don't know how it works out, but the need is real, right? And it makes me, they were talking about the warming center, and I just felt proud to live in a community that's addressing the homelessness and the issues that surround it. And so we're very much in support of Echo. I think the amount should be doubled, to be honest with you.
Well, thank you to Sky River RV for your support to the homeless. Appreciate it. Welcome. Again.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
My name is Chris Parker Kennedy, and I lost my partner. He had to go to the airport, so I'm on my own here. But we're Chris and John, and we've been with Echo since the beginning of the opening here, since it first began, and we were thrilled when it was opened. So we work there 2 or 3 times a week. We're there quite a bit, but we have different capacities. We work as meal providers. We serve meals, and we do shower supervision and hygiene item provision. And that's given us a wide range of opportunities to interact with a lot of interesting people and to participate comfortably in the Echo community. And I think we feel that the sense of community is the most valuable contribution that Echo offers. Of course, shelter and access to resources is critical, but also this is a place where clients, staff, and volunteers know that they belong, even if temporarily, and therefore they care for each other in ways that are notable and touching. When we supervise the showers, we get to just be there in the living areas, separate from the meal service, and people come through from all walks of life. People living in the 90-day program walk by to get a cookie and some cider. People with permanent housing on the Haslow side come by to say hi and to see their friends. And people living off-site come to get a warm shower and to wash their clothes and maybe find a listening ear and take a break from the relentlessness of being without a house. We've seen people from all ages and circumstances come and go through the 90-day program. And while they're on the waiting list, clients know they can come for food and to clean up. It's an exciting day when someone we know tells us they got a spot, and it's even more thrilling when someone else comes to say goodbye as they move on to permanent housing. These have been families with young children, older folks, single people recovering from substance abuse, people recently divorced and separated. There's all kinds of circumstances, but the stories of hardship and resilience are just amazing. People in tough circumstances are still able to express gratitude, which they do a lot, kindness and willingness to help us and each other, and there's a shared sense of cooperative participation. The administrators, and I agree with the other speakers, headed by Wendy and her team, take care to provide a warmly personal environment. And this attitude is passed on to the staff and the volunteers, who then themselves offer the same warmth and encouragement. So it's a way station, Echo is, one that offers hope and kindness when it's most needed. And my husband and I fully support them in their mission and deeply appreciate that the city has been ongoing in reinforcing an advocacy for them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I just want to qualify my statements. I spent 14 years as a psychiatric technician at Agnews Developmental Center, working with the most assaulted adults, behavioral for 14 years. That's how I get all these lovely little hand splints and why my career ended early. I have worked with the homeless from 1985 to 2014. I don't dare walk down to the riverbed because I won't come out. I may sound tough, but I have spent the majority of my life working with people. Wendy, all I got to tell you is Echo sounds like heaven. And I know it's not. Okay. I always hate to be the bearer of bad news or the person that's harsh, but I find that although Echo is helping a certain allotment of people, it is certainly not helping the riverbed. Kimberly here, she was too frustrated to speak. She has placed 11 people by herself. She gets their mail at her home. She processes their bills. And Wendy said, it's too hard. So how does a community person be able to place 11 people at Haslow? You know what, the only thing she's told me she wants is a shed over there so she can put some food in there, some clothing, and she is doing a great job. Does that mean Wendy's doing a bad job? No. It means we did not fund Echo for a 90-day sobriety program. My question is, how are we going to know that the money we give Wendy, and by the way, this is for operating cost. This is just donations, and if you read her Facebook, she's getting $10,000, $11,000 here, and great for the community to donate. Tobin here, another 20, another 5, another 2. So when does the till from the city, Wendy, stop? In your gated community with 2 tiny homes. You got to watch what you put on Facebook. That's not a rumor. She lives in a gated community with 2 tiny homes in her backyard. Once again, let me go back to the beginning. I worked with the homeless from 1985, from the age of 18, until I had to leave because I could no longer type. Inside both of these arms is nothing but shredded tendons and ligaments from takedowns. So what I'm saying to you is, no, I don't think Wendy's doing a bad job, but she's not doing the job we hired them for. If you look at the MOU, she's an independent contractor on top of it. You guys are giving her $500,000 in 2 years. I don't see the fruit of that money, and I will no longer stand here and support that shelter. Thank you.
Welcome, Dale.
Good evening, Dale Guston. I have a question. I've seen some of the homeless that have a small dog, and I was told they wouldn't take them in, and I'd like to know if that's true or if they've made some arrangements to accommodate those people.
Thank you. Floyd, welcome.
Council and Mayor, I'm Floyd Butterfield. I'm a resident of Paso Robles for the last 60 years. And I've been working with the homeless. I'm on the board of ECHO. I was on the board before ECHO came to Paso. And before that, I was on the board of Paso Cares, which was in some ways the predecessor of ECHO here in Paso. And Paso Cares had a meal program which my church participated in for 25 years. and that was kind of absorbed by ECHO. I continue to be in charge of the meal program through our church, and we feed the homeless at ECHO, Paso, once a month. When we started, we were doing 20 meals. Now we're doing 120, is what we planned for. But in the summer, I bring barbecue and cook burgers, and I plan for 150. So there, I have some fairly decent knowledge of ECHO. I know there's detractors. We can't help everyone. I have a friend I've known for 30 years. For 10 of those years, he lived in an apartment on Riverside. For the last 20 years, he's lived in the riverbed. You see him if you ever go to McDonald's on 24th Street. And because of my position, I've offered to help him many times. And he's told me, Floyd, when I'm ready for help, I'll ask you for it. He was married. His wife died in the river. He raised a son in the river. My heart aches for people like that, and there are people like that. But on the other hand, I deal with people that are in trouble through my church. And because of the outreach coordinator, our church is set up to help people in crisis, but not in crisis for months or years. And I can call the outreach coordinator, and I've done this over and over, and let those people meet with him who can, or her, and they can help get their life back in order. So I just echo, I can't say enough good about Wendy. I used to be on the board of the food bank. I have experience on boards, and I can tell those who are worried about financial oversight, I'm one of 15 members on the board. As has already been said, there are some who are very into watching the finances. I'm one of those, but there's a finance committee, and their job is to review the finances every month, not once a year. And on top of that, we're audited by all kinds of organizations. So I assure you, none of us on the board would want to waste any resource. We do all we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Floyd, for your service. Michael, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, council members. Great to see you. My name is Michael Massey. I'm here this evening on behalf of Generation Build. We are the largest pro-housing organization in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara County. I'm here today to speak on behalf of how great of an organization ECHO is. And we have heard this evening, and perfect being the enemy of good. And I get it. I wish we could help every single person. And I'm a firm believer nothing on this earth is perfect besides our spouses. But whatever work we can do to help people, to help the homeless, I can't imagine where specifically North County would be without ECHO. They have been partners with us, and we're a firm believer when it comes to shelter, when it comes to housing, it's a ladder. And ECHO has helped people from being at their lowest low. I'm a firm believer we should do what we can to help people up, but ECHO has helped people from falling. And the work that we do and the work that you guys do and that ECHO does, whatever we can do on this scale to help them out, I think we should. So, as always, thank you, let's build, and God bless.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Wendy, if we can maybe get you back up. I heard a couple questions maybe we can address. I think I need to start off by saying, ECHO is never designed to be a be-all, end-all with regard to homelessness. And in my 20 years' experience, nonprofits like this is the best use of Roblin's tax dollars because it goes further, it gets used wisely, as opposed to government programs that don't always get to the right source. So anyway, a couple questions that I heard was, first off, the dogs. Do you accept homelessness with dogs with them?
So we allow service dogs, so unfortunately pets aren't something we're able to accommodate. It is just stretches your insurance and all the things to have that ability, but we do accommodate service dogs, of course. We do partner, though, and try to foster when possible. So if someone comes to us and that pet, that dog, or sometimes they're cats, is a family member, we try to connect them with foster folks who will take care of that animal while they're in our program. But it is a challenge when someone, that's their family. And I understand that as a pet owner, but it's one of those things that we have to allow service dogs, but not pets in the program.
Very good. The last question I wrote down was, non-perishable foods to riverbed residents. That's not really in your scope, but I believe I heard Scott doing this today with riverbed folks, but can you explain a little bit what you do with that?
Yeah, so there's different, for those who don't know, I used to be at the food bank for 10 years. I was the chief operations officer, so I know the food bank systems very well. The food bank food programs, different food that comes in from different entities that they source it through has different uses. So the no-cook bags specifically are meant for the unhoused population. I'm very proud that was a program that I started under my wing when I was at the food bank. And what it does is it gives us the ability through that outreach program for someone like Scott to go down in the riverbed, partnering with other agencies to provide that as one of those resources they're bringing. We also access what are we called, the shelf-stable foods, and those are food that's meant to go into like feeding programs, cooking programs, and that's the food that our meal teams are able to access in order to provide those 120, 130 meals.
Very good. Council, do you have any other question for Wendy before we let her go? Okay.
Comment.
Let me ask Ashley. Thank you, Wendy.
Okay. And thank
Ashley,
you again for the partnership.
Very good. Do you have any closing comments for council before we deliberate?
I just want to thank Echo for their time. I know that we can't serve everyone through Echo, but we can try our best. We are launching our birthday parties this upcoming week, and we are celebrating a couple different kids. So I'm super excited to partner with that, and I know we can just keep trying.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yeah. I first started working with homeless back in the 1960s. And there was a whole group, specific group of homeless that we tried to work with, and they were called hobos. And they were the same group, basically, that now lives in the riverbed. They don't want to be part of society. They accept help. They love help, but they want it on their terms. So when we built our shelter right there, right by the river, and we put a fence around it, they wouldn't use it because they didn't want to be contained. They wanted the freedom to move where they wanted to, when they wanted to. And Mr. Butterfield put it very well with the gentleman that he talked about. When I want help, I'll ask for it. And there are people homeless that have that attitude, and a lot of them are in the riverbed. Now that we have people that are working with the people in the riverbed and giving them help is wonderful, but it's not Echo's thing. Echo is there to help the homeless who are looking for help and who want the help and who want to be part of society. Most of the homeless in the riverbed, oddly enough, don't want any part of society. They are their own society, and that's how they like it. Now, that's not universally true of anything. Every particular society is complicated, and it has many elements to it. And that's why it takes many different types of organizations, many different types of efforts to meet all the needs. There's no way we will ever meet all of the needs. But that isn't to say that Echo isn't very necessary and very needed and very deserving of what we do for that particular group of homeless. And I wish there was more we could do for the others, but there are those out there, some of them have spoken here tonight, who do help the others. And they do love the help. I'm not sure how much they need the help, but they definitely can use the help. And that's life. But we're here to take care of one segment, and I think we should.
Okay. Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. I think, Mayor Hammond, your remarks were spot on. Fred, I think tonight we're recognizing what our partnership with ECHO is all about. I think some of the comments from the public are also very important. And I think what the council has recognized through through Ashley's work as our homeless service manager is equally important. There's an ongoing need that needs to be identified of a spectrum of services that needs to be addressed. I don't know that we can afford to address all of them. Probably cannot. That need is vast. ECHO provides and does a good job, but I think that's why previous council has identified and asked for the reports and the disbursement of the allocation of funds in a way that makes them accountable. And perhaps if we can identify through Ashley's work in years to come, other ways to identify services, perhaps that's a way forward. That's not going to happen tonight, but it's good to hear from the public that those needs are out there. So I wish you well in identifying those needs, Ashley, bringing them back to us as it may happen, but I don't think it should be, should take away from what ECHO is doing.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Chris. Pro Tem Gregory.
Yep. So I'd like to thank everybody that helps the homeless, ECHO and the young lady that spoke. And Ashley, that's your charge. You get to bring it all together for us because you're doing a wonderful job and you're making everything happen. And so we have come so far in such a short time for homelessness in our community. And we're starting to lead the way, lead the pack. And to make us better and more rounded is our hope as a council to help you bring it all together. So thank you for your strong shoulders. With that, I'd like to make a motion.
So yes, I think what before us is we need to receive and file and then give direction to staff.
Okay. So I move we receive and file the report for 2025-2026 mid-year report and direct staff to disperse payment in the amount of $111,000.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Beal. Discussion. Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Okay, next on discussion, we have the quarterly financial and budget report update amendments for approval and master pay schedule for budget calendar fiscal years 26-27 and 27-28. Brian Cornell. Thank you all for coming tonight, too.
Don't take it personally.
I'm used to this part by now. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Tonight, presenting to you the second quarterly financial report and update. We have a few requested budget amendments and personnel changes, as well as the corresponding master pay schedule and the like. As you know, fiscal policy requires a quarterly analysis to be presented to City Council every year. This report meets that criteria. And it's important to examine projections and assumptions in the budget process just to make sure that they continue to be accurate. The first slide is going to be kind of boring, honestly. So the graph on the left is general fund revenues. The chart on the right is expenditures. And what those columns signify is each one of the quarterly marks when we kind of project the revenues and expenses. And so for revenues, when we projected revenues for the budget, it was about 51.4. At quarter one, it was pretty much right on point there. I've since lowered the projections just a fraction, and we'll get into another slide of what specifically got lowered. Like on the expenditure side, very similar to what we presented at quarter one. So diving into the revenue, so each one of these columns are a revenue source. The three largest for the general fund is sales tax, property tax, and TOT. For sales tax and TOT, we're expecting a little bit more than what was originally budgeted. about $185,000 for sales tax and about $373,000 for property tax. Unfortunately, when it comes to TOT, we still can't break that $10 million marker. And so we had projected about $10.1 million this year. We're kind of projecting or trending to be about $9.9 million. Interestingly enough, the Hotel Ava is now online, so we're starting to get those tax revenues in. But we are kind of seeing a saturation component to it. I think from November to December, when I was analyzing hotel data, all hotels saw a decline from November to December, which is typical for the winter months. Hotel Ava saw an increase, and so they're kind of a little bit of an outlier right now. So we're still trying to figure out where they're going to kind of fall in the whole equilibrium of hospitality. Moving over to the left to right, the only other revenue source I kind of wanted to point out is the interest revenue that the city receives, use of money and property. With the feds lowering their interest rates, it is having an impact on the city's investment portfolio, and so we're starting to lower those assumptions down now and into the future as well. On the bright side, we usually on the positive side, we see the borrowing costs start to decline, and so people tend to buy cars then, and so that actually might help with the sales tax side of it. So again, it's a little bit of a balance, but we're kind of seeing that more significantly in interest revenue right now. As far as general fund expenditures go by department, it's just list the department. We're pretty much right on point. I think right around 96% of appropriations. Seeing some decent budget savings in public works, fire and emergency services, in some of those internal service funds as well. Moving on to our supplemental sales tax, don't get too boggled down with, but this is the DDIS's to-do list for us for all the road maintenance projects. So there's quite a robust list here. So there's about 15 active projects. We have a lot coming down the queue. We have our Sherwood, Sarah Bonita, and Commerce neighborhood that's going to be coming down this summer. We're going to be under construction for Crescent Road Phase 2, another multi-million-dollar project, as well as some significant downtown street repairs. So this is kind of what we're all going to anticipating in the next 1 to 3 years. When we start developing the budget process, we're going to be looking at road segments in kind of like the 4 or 5 year outlook, and that's kind of how we're going to keep rolling with these roads. Another thing I want to mention too is the bridges. All 3 of our major bridges are going to get either resurfaced or expanded as well. But before I move on, oh man, lost my train of thought here. Where was I going with that?
You were probably going to say that most of this work is grant funded, or a large share of it is grant funded.
Yeah, well, for the 13th, and actually, yeah, you're right. For all 3 of those bridges, that's mostly grant funded. But because with Measure J20 and the time it's taken to recruit police officers and firefighters, we do have one-time budget savings. And just like what we've done historically, we do have a recommendation to appropriate $3.5 million of budget savings in Measure J20 to advance some of these road projects that are in the queue. So we're not actually going to add any more road projects to the queue. We're actually going to advance the ones that are already approved, and then making sure that the Sherwood Road, the Sarah Bonita, and the Commerce are fully funded too, because those prices have increased since then. In addition to that, we are also continuing to expand our in-house road repair work. We just completed some segments over Black Oak Drive. There was a recommendation to allocate another $400,000 for street equipment so that we could actually deploy 2 in-house street maintenance crews at the same time. And so that's our current plan with advancing these road programs.
And they can only do projects up to $75,000, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got it.
Along the same line with Measure J20, it provides a big funding source to the police department. Currently, we have 17 out of 21 authorized positions, either on filtrating, FTO, so filtrating responsibilities, or actually on patrol. In addition to that, we have 6 currently in the academy, and so it should all 6 be successful. We will be technically overfilled, but we're going to be underfilling one of the sergeant positions if that were the case. Obviously, we don't know if all the candidates will make it to the end, so that's kind of why we play these little floating games a little bit so that we can make sure we are fully staffed in our police department as quickly as possible. As far as other positions that are filled, we have one open sergeant position that's still being held vacant. And same with the dispatch supervisor. We're kind of reevaluating the need for that. Currently, we have a lead dispatcher, and so we're probably thinking about going down that approach and having a lead on each shift because it's a 24-hour coverage. We do have one commander position that's open right now. That's because of the retirement of Commander Renner. But outside of that, all other positions are filled. Now, the budget amendment request on this one, it relates to the community action team and the debris and hazardous cleanup that's been occurring down in the riverbed. What happened in 24-25, so last fiscal year, we ended up advancing about $150,000 from $26 to them to kind of keep at the trash. We're kind of in the same boat we are now, where we still kind of need dollars to be allocated for trash pickups, and so we have a budget amendment of $150,000 to be allocated towards that effort. And then, as you know, the standards of cover was just recently completed, and so I know the chiefs are developing their strategic plans, and so that'll be part of the budget development process in the next coming 2 years. On the fire and emergency services front, we have 3 vacant firefighters currently. This is because we had a significant amount of promotions, and so it was kind of a ripple effect. And so we had to keep these 3 positions kind of vacant to make sure everybody kind of settled into their new roles and responsibilities. I believe it closes in a couple weeks, if I'm not mistaken, for that recruitment. With that being said, that we do have the paramedic squad fully deployed. The training tower, which is the picture on the left-hand side, is really near completion, and because of that, we were able to, I think in my mind it would be lower the ISA rating, but I guess it's increasing it to grade 2, which is an improvement, and then the fire has the standards to cover as well. So this is the supplemental sales tax. This is in combining I-24 and J-20 into one. So blue bars are the supplemental sales tax revenues. The orange are the expenses. And so going left to right, you can see in 2025, we have the largest amount of expenditures to date pretty much on road maintenance projects. And then the very far right column is actually the budget. So we actually have budgeted about $60 million of projects. So if we were to be able to expend it and finish all those projects tomorrow, we actually drop our fund balance to right around $8 million. And that's kind of why we were recommending allocating another $4 million to advance some of these road projects, because that's what this money is there for. 2 other budget amendments. One has to do with the American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA. Because the city, this is a unique grant, the city received these funds in advance, and we were required to keep them in an interest-bearing fund. And so we've accrued about $223,000 worth of interest in there, and so we have to formally appropriate that. So just formally appropriate it to the pickleball courts. It's going to reduce our development impact fee requirement.
And that is the interest?
Yeah, just the interest. And then the senior center services, the city took over services in February time. Based on our estimate for the rest of this fiscal year, we're anticipating revenues about $29,000 and expenses about $69,000. And so we have about that math doesn't math out right. At the end of the day, it's a $40,000 net difference to the general fund. Sorry for the mistake on the estimated revenues. Another budget amendment request has to do with the library. We had allocated dollars for a revamp of carpet and wall coverings, but that wasn't sufficient enough to complete the project, so we went through a conceptual design phase. That has been completed, and so we have leftover dollars there. We would like to add library development impact fees to the mix to actually come up with a final design concept, and so that will actually provide the cost estimates for what it will cost to remodel the library, as well as be shovel ready. We have 2 personnel recommended changes for consideration. The first one reclasses an engineering inspector to a chief engineering inspector. Currently, we have 3 engineering inspectors, and we kind of supplement it with a third-party inspector as well. Today, we don't have really a dedicated person that supervises, coordinates these inspectors, and so engineering, the city engineer had recommended creating kind of a lead role or supervisory role to kind of be able to streamline the divisions, make sure there's consistency out in the field. This is a reclassification of an existing position, so we're not adding FTEs, and it's about a $20,000 a year increase for salary, benefits, and retirement. The second one has to do with our water department. Recently, this Water Control Board increased our classification from a D3 system to a D4 system. Pretty much what that represents is a bigger system, more complex. We added tertiary recycled water to it. The expansion of Olson, South Chandler, and increasing the population also plays a factor into that too. With an increase in a larger system, that means we also need to have an increase in certificates and licenses for our water distribution staff. So currently, when we were a D3 system, we had water distribution operators 1 that were automatically able to go at 2 as soon as they received experience and the certificates needed for the D3. Well, now that we're doing to the D4, we kind of need that same parallel so that we can get some of our guys to have grade 4 certificates. And so in order to get the carrot or the motivation to get some of our guys to get to class 4, which is needed for our plant now, we're going to do the similar thing from operator 1 to operator 2. So now if an operator 2 could go to operator 3, again with experience and the certificates needed for that higher skill set. That represents about a $14,000 a year increase straight out of the water fund. And then lastly, we are starting to get ready for our budget for 2026 through 2028. And so we do have a budget calendar in the staff report for council's review. Very briefly, just to go through it, back in November, council held a goal envisioning workshop. We're in this meeting today where we're going to approve the budget timeline. After we leave this meeting, we are going to have an executive management work planning sessions. That's where we're going to develop those work plans and provide city council with goals and initiatives that we plan to do for the next 2 years based on those 7 overarching criteria. So we'll have the first discussion of those work plans in the March meeting, March 16th. It's just as a preliminary review, and then final approval on April 13th. And so once we get the final work plans approved on April 13th, then we actually start putting work plans to dollars, and that's kind of our next development of the budget. So we'll start talking to the community, a copy of the city manager at end of April, and then we'll start having our discussions with city council in May time. I'm envisioning the general fund and the supplemental sales tax fund in the first meeting in May, and then our enterprise funds, water, sewer, airport, in the second meeting in May. And then kind of having it in a nice little package for the second meeting in June for budget adoption. Okay. That concludes my presentation tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions, comments, concerns. And then there's the council recommendation on the screen for you.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Questions of Ryan Cornell? Here. I'll probably wait to the end, but I'll go ahead and open up then to public. Anybody wishing to address this item, please come forward. Okay, and anyone online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay, bring it back to council for discussion. I'm not sure, Chris, maybe can you explain the chief engineer's change and that need for that kind of escalation, I guess? I'm wondering.
Certainly can do that, and then I may ask Warren to also chime in. But essentially, as Mr. Cornell talked about, it's a span of control type of an issue. Right now, we have 3 inspectors. We also employ third-party inspectors. We have really, the structure that we have right now doesn't really allow for someone to manage the inspectors, if that makes sense. This is really meant to help developers get a more consistent application of work out in the field, have more oversight of the inspections that are happening. So this is really, I think, in response to our development community and needs at the development level. That's kind of the big picture. Warren, I don't know if you have anything else to add on that?
Yeah, that's a good description. I think, a good example is we've had contract engineering inspectors on the River Oaks project and on the Sensario project, and we've had serious problems with the lack of oversight for those contract inspectors. This position would help to close that gap.
And basically, your department is funded through development fees, correct? I mean, it's not, all this would be a pass-through to the end user of a project, I'm assuming.
Yeah, the majority of our staff is cost recovery, so the developers pay for the staff time.
Right, okay, very good. That's all I had, thank you. On my side? No? On over here on the right? Any questions? Okay, looking for discussion and/or action.
I'll make a motion, we approve the 26XXX authorizing budget amendments, personnel reclassifications, the master pay schedule, budget calendar for the fiscal years 26-27 and 27-28.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Discussion. Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Beal?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. Moving on, we have City Manager Report. Mr. Huat.
Be very brief tonight. I just wanted to take a moment and thank the team. We had, a few days of rain so far, and knock on wood, our team has not seen any significant impacts, although I know we had some, of course, heavy rain this evening, and we'll see. But I want to make sure that they recognized and thanked for their continuous review of everything out in the field as we have these storms. And then I did want to also let the council know that we've formally flown the Public Works Director position. So that's out there and open. We are accepting applications. I think we have about a 4-week application window, and then we'll see where we're at the end of that. But I'm excited to see that process move forward. There are some big shoes to fill, and looking forward to being able to fill that critical position. With that, Mayor, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. Moving on, council comments, business, committee reports. Start on my left, how about Chris Beal?
Okay. Just a couple of things. There was a planning commission, I think it was in December, where you gave a presentation on Norma's Alley and kind of the history of Norma's Alley and the different planning and different studies that had gone on. It was very informational, and I know the recommendation from the commission was to bring that to council just as an information item, as background. And I wanted to just check with my colleagues to make sure that would be okay. Just a little information item on the history of Norma's Alley and what we said we'd do and not do.
Sure.
Great. We had interviews last week for 3 different advisory bodies. I just want to remind the community how important these advisory bodies are. They actually spend a lot of time in the details for different projects and initiatives that we can't do at the council level, and then they advise us. I know upcoming we'll have a lot of openings in community services. Basically, we interview for these bodies all through the year. It's a wonderful way to get involved. It's actually a low-risk way to get involved if you want to give public comment without having to come to a council meeting. It's been nice to see the community participation grow little by little at the advisory body level. So the one last thing I want to speak to is kind of this idea of how we are engaging people through our public process. The coffee with the city was fabulous. We have nice participation at different advisory body meetings. Sometimes we have coffee with a council member or whatever. But there's a really big gap in terms of who's participating, right? Right here, it's mostly staff. I don't think there's anyone under the age of 50 that's not staff. I think even at the Coffee with the City meeting, I mean, I can count on one hand the number of people that were under the age of 50. And it's so important that we just be hearing what's going on with our working families and our younger generation, so that we're informed and keeping our families in mind as we're moving forward. So I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how you answer that problem. A lot of cities have that challenge because families are busy. They're working, they're driving their kids around to baseball. It's a real challenge for every community. But I think we need to be keeping that front and center to make sure we're responsive and making sure how we're investing our time and energy to serve those families, you know, so that we are very intentional about the city that we're passing off. So I just wanted to bring that up again for my colleagues, and thank you for letting me be of service.
Thank you, Chris. And Councilman Belch.
Tonight, I want to start by thanking city staff and especially our city parks and recreation for make our downtown parks and streets so amazing. Our adult children were home for a family event earlier this month. After dinner downtown, the girls wanted to go see the merry-go-round that they used to play on as little girls. As we walked through the streets to the park, everyone, our sons and daughters, were amazed at how clean everything is, how beautiful the lights were, how many people were still walking around after dark, how many kids were out playing, and yes, how many dogs were in the park. Nearly 40 years later, and downtown was even better than they remembered. So thank you. Thank you to Paso. Thank you to our merchants. Thank you to the restaurants, the wineries. Thank you to the chamber, to Main Street. Thank you to our city staff. Thank you to all of our wonderful city employees who put so much time and effort into making Paso Robles a very special place to live, to visit, and especially to come back to home to. Thank you. Just to kind of touch on some of your remarks, Councilmember Beal, you've been to our youth commission meetings. There's a lot of energy with those folks. I guarantee all of them are under 50. They have amazing ideas of where we're headed and what to do. At our Parks and Recreation Committee meetings, our youth leaders from our sports councils show up, and you heard some of their ideas. You heard Jeff Smith talk tonight about the need for our leaders. We don't really meet anymore, but we used to have a youth sports council, and that's kind of needs to get resurrected. Some version of that. I'm not sure what's going on, but you're right. You know, I echo that sentiment, so thank you for bringing that forward. The 221, where we talked about the proposed library concept plans and later the proposed art in the public places. These are some of the things that go on behind the scenes so that we don't get bogged down in too many details here at the council meetings. So thank you for staff for putting those on. Councilmember Gregory and I attended the Senior Advisory Committee meetings, and then followed up with the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting we just talked about. Councilmember Strong and I attended an update to the 221 for the conceptual design and next steps for the redevelopment of the Larry Moore Park. We talked about the special council meeting to interview a very lively group for the Citizen Advisory Body Committee applicants for the Housing Authority, the Sales Tax Oversight Committee, and the Planning Commission. Just want to say thank you to all the applicants for making the process that evening very enjoyable, at least from our perspective. And again, Councilmember Beal, thank you for mentioning that that's very important that our citizens get involved in that process. Along with fellow liaison, Councilmember Gregory, we attended the Housing Constraints and Opportunity Committee meeting. For as large a committee as it is, it's impressive how much input the committee members provide to staff. Thank you, Warren, and thank you to staff for listening and taking it all in. And then finally, later that evening, attended a rather fun and lively logo workshop at the airport terminal. Lots of various and diverse input, so I'm looking forward to seeing how all of that is sorted out. And so thank you, Mark, for hosting all of us. That's my report.
Thank you, Chris. Councilman Strong. Push a little harder.
Many of my, thank you. Many of my items are with Councilman Bausch, so he's already given those reports. This is one time, though, that I did cover the library board by myself.
Thank you.
And I was very happy to do so. And the library is doing amazingly well, as usual. It's, the number of people that come there and participate and make it into not just a library, but it's a social gathering place for the entire community. And it really blends the children with the adults and in so many different ways that it's an amazing place. And the redesign that is being proposed, which was also reviewed there, reflects this very much and is going to enhance and make it even more vibrant than it has been in the past and more useful. So I'm really looking forward to all of this taking place. Beyond that, I do other things, as you well know. And so I attended nationally. I was back in Washington, D.C. Haven't had a chance to report that yet here at one of our meetings. But the big three organizations in transportation, and that would be the National Association of Regional Councils, the National League of Cities, and also the American Association of Planners, Transportation Planners, all agree on the same things for a change. The first time ever, they all got together and have one program, which will increase and enhance metropolitan planning funding. It will also support local decision-making through formula programs. It will promote non-metropolitan transportation planning as well to connect the cities and preserve and streamline funding opportunities. And this is what they're taking to the administration, and it has many, many different aspects to it, but it's an outstanding program that they are taking to the administration for the next reauthorization. And when we get to transportation, one other note for us locally happened this morning at the Board of Directors meeting of the Pacific Surfliner Railroad, and that is in one of the items, item number 9, they did authorize the negotiation and execution of an amendment to the agreement between the organization and Amtrak that runs the actual trains to actually put on an additional train from San Diego to San Luis Obispo and a bus up to Paso Robles, which will be a midday bus and train.
Nice.
So that way we can leave here to go to San Diego and be in San Diego by 9 o'clock that night, which is still in time to get a decent night's sleep for your next day's activities if you're going down for the Olympics or for any other activities down there that you're interested in. And also, it will be bringing them to us at about midday. So they can be here right for the meat of our day. And that'll be a really good additional train for all of us. And it's an extra trip that we deserve. So that's now been done.
Good job.
That's great.
Okay?
Well, I think you need to say something about what happened to you down this morning. You were honored. And
Well,
you were
it has
the chair.
nothing to do with for the city.
No.
I've been on that board of directors for nearly 2 decades, and for the 4th time, by the way, they elected me president and chairman of the board. So I did run the meeting.
And congratulations on your certificate of recognition, too, from the Democratic crowd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Gregory.
For the Steve Martin Community Award. Okay, so I'll start out by saying going upstairs in our new city hall is crisp, professional, and very well designed, which I expect a lot of more professional opinions coming out of that. It's really nice to go up and see it all fixed up and fresh. So, as Chris said, Bausch said, we attended the senior advisory meeting. And I want to thank our staff, Angelica and Ms. Plesha and Chris Hewat, for a pretty smooth transition in the operation out there. I do want to ring a little bell and talk about more funding for the senior advisory fund. It's sitting there, it's down to about $65,000, and I think we need to take a good judicious way to look at getting that funding back up, because we're spending, I don't know how much a month, but Angelica could contribute to that to staff, so I think we need to look at that. I got a really nice update on the Larry Moore Park, very exciting. We can have parties there at nighttime without disturbing the locals, so keep the lights on the fields. The HSOC, the Housing Constraints Commission and Opportunities Commission was a really nice meeting. It's really great to see the participation of everybody on the committee and in the audience. We had 2 really good developers contribute, and our discussion were the current fees being charged by the city and a lot of things that were discussed. And I thank Warren and the staff for listening and putting it together, because we're going to be seeing that sometime soon as a city council. On Chris Beal's comment, the Crimson Paper, that's a very good avenue for conversation and intuitiveness for the youth. And they have probably 6 or 8 editors on there, and what an integration to communicating what our city's doing. So, and then on the visual arts, I attended a education on that. And of course, the new lovely design of the new library format. And it's really exciting to see all these wonderful things brought on by our staff, and our community's able to afford them and move forward. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. For mine, I, of course, did the monthly IWMA Integrated Waste Management meeting. Also attended the airport logo workshop that was going on out at the terminal the other day. I also covered for Pro Tem Gregory, as he was gone, liaison for Planning Commission. Planning Commission had several things that they worked on. They approved a new pool that's going to be going in at the Ravine Park. There's a 24-unit condo project on Creston Road that's going to be coming up, and that's been approved. They also heard the commercial cannabis delivery office's item, which they're going to be brought up to us, I think, next month, Chris. I'm not sure when you guys are going to be bringing that forward, with recommendations from the Planning Commission. So that all went down good. Next, we have coming events is a supplemental sales tax oversight committee meeting February 18th at 5:30. The development review committee meeting February 23rd at 4 p.m. Then we have the next planning commission meeting February 24th, 6:30 in this room. Development review committee then meets again March 2nd at 4 p.m. And our next meeting here is going to be at 6 p.m. March 3rd in the Norris Room. So that's our calendar moving forward. I also want to announce, too, that I had a good friend that used to be on the fire department with me. Tommy Moore passed away yesterday. He was a great friend and a fixture in our community and good firefighter. Worked with him a lot on that, and great supporter of Paso Robles. So if it's okay with the council, I'd like to go ahead and adjourn in the name of Tommy Moore.
Second.
Okay, motion by Hammond, second by Gregory. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. We stand adjourned.
You win the bet.
It's a miracle. Well done.
Yeah.
It is a really good, like, in terms of that.
The Pacific Surfliner.
Oh, right?